All right, so we should have audio now. Thank you, Michael Teams, for texting. All right, so the first question, we'll just do this again. Sorry about that, and thank you, Michael, for reaching out. So the first question says, trying to export audio loops from my existing projects. I prompt Cubase to create a new audio track after export, and when I zoom fully in, the loop is either longer or shorter from the right locator. Okay, so I just created a beat in with the pattern editor and rendered that. So let's say we have our loop, so we'll listen to the loop. All right, so I want to take this loop here, and we have between the left and right locators. I will come over here. Now I have an effect there. So what I want to do is we will go to render in place. I'll go to my render settings, and I'll just so we will go ahead and render that. Now let's unmute the file here. And I'm going to invert the phase. And when you hear that the phase is kind of completely canceled out, let's look at the beginning of the files here. So you can see the beginning and end all look the same. So it seems like now if you're rendering, and sometimes when you're rendering with certain plugins that are emulating analog processing, sometimes those particular plugins will insert an amount of randomness to the particular file. So it could be a plugin that's maybe like inserting like random processing that could be changing the length or start of particular files. So I would check to see, but there I rendered it with plugins, and we can see that the phase had canceled out of the particular file. So I know we missed the introduction because my audio wasn't set up correctly, but just one quick programming note is there will be no live stream next Friday because of the Thanksgiving holiday in the United States. Our last live stream and our Zoom social meetup will be the upcoming Tuesday. So I believe it's the 25th. So. All right, just going to the next question from Roland Sepp. Says, greetings, Greg, from a chilly Sussex in England. Sorry I can't be with you in person today, but I'll catch up tomorrow. I'm posting a question in advance if that's okay. It says, hi, Greg. I bought Spectral Layers Pro 11 a while back, but since Cubase 15 Pro came out, which I think includes a slimmed down version of Spectral Layers 12, my Cubase channels will only link to Spectral Layers 12 with fewer features, of course, under extensions. Inside Inspector, I can't access Spectral Layers 12 Pro from within Cubase, which makes lifting separations across rather tricky. Any ideas, please? So I would try to, if you go onto your computer and like with the Steinberg download assistant, you may just hit, simply hit to install all the elements, which would give you the Spectral Layers 12 Go version. So probably if you just go into your program, either remove Spectral Layers 12 Go or remove the Spectral Layers 11, or remove the Spectral. I would try to uninstall the Spectral Layers 12 Go version, which is the lighter version, so that it will just immediately go to your Spectral Layers 11. And I think that would do the trick for you. All right, we see Fly V. Vince checking in from Winnipeg. Thanks for joining us. All right, Alexander Plasko asks, hi Greg from Connecticut. In Spectral Layers Pro 12, what is the minimum time needed to create a profile in the new separate instrument module? So if it's, I'm not sure, so let's go take a quick look. I'm not sure if it's the unmixed song module that you're referring to, but let's just come over here, go to the inspector. Okay, so let's say if we get to the modules, so I'm not sure if it's unmix songs or I don't think there's a separate. I'll just read through it. So I don't think you need much space, much time at all. I mean, obviously if it's going to be like, 15 samples or something, that may not be so practical. You may not want to do that. But here, if I want to take just, even like just a very small drum part. So let's say we will take like 2 beats here just so we could separate some of the drums. I will come over. Let me just bounce a selection. And now when I select this particular file, we can come to Spectral Layers. And if we wanted to unmix drums, now we can just take this particular, let's say 2 beats here, and I'm just doing 2 beats so that we have something to separate. So now if I wanted to, so it doesn't seem like it takes a lot of time is needed for the separation, but let me know how small the time, the minimum time that you're working with for that. And we see that Alexander Plasko says, seriously looking at Spectral Layers 12, especially with the sale, so it's a great time. And there's currently a Cyber Deals promotion, so if you're looking to get into Dorico, WaveLab, Spectral Layers, it's a great time. All right, so we have Hershey Pavel. See Stefan, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, is saying hello to everyone from Sweden. Hershey Pavel 216B says, hi, I would like to control the expression Iconica sketch with a breath control. Is this possible to set up through the MIDI transformer or any other way? So if you wanted to, so let's say we have our Iconica sketch here. So we'll just open up our instrument and we'll do this in HALion Sonic. All right, so let's say we wanted to do clarinet, and let's say if we come over here to a sustain patch that we wanted to, instead of modulation, to control that with breath control. All right, so if we wanted to do that, we could just utilize the particular, so what we could do is utilize the input transformer. So when you go to the routing page, you'll see this little squiggly line here. So this is going to be our input transformer. Choose to go to the track if you wanted to. You could also make it global. Let's go to the panel, and what we want to do is we could turn, basically what we want to do is turn MIDI CC2 into MIDI CC1. So I'm going to activate the module, and we have up to 4 separate modules. So let's say, okay, we want to come over here. We're going to say our type is equal to controller. And we want to say our subtype, so which controller. So we're going to say breath control. And at this point, what we want to do is we're going to say, so basically we're saying we want to take breath controls, and we want to this point, we'll say our subtype, we're going to subtract 1. So MIDI controller, so we'll just come here. So now every time that a MIDI CC2 message comes in, anytime that CC2 comes in, it will now automatically translate that directly into CC1, which is the default expression controller for like Iconica Sketch. So what that's going to do, again, we're going to transform MIDI CC2, and we're going to transform it by subtracting the controller number from CC2, subtract 1, turn it into CC1. So we say MIDI controller number, subtract 1. And then as soon as that is active, and you could turn that on and off in, directly here if you wanted to, but as soon as that is active, then all of your breath controls are now turned into modulation. So give that a try. Let me know if that makes sense for you. All right. Let me clear my throat real quick. All right. Sorry, just put my phone on my controller keyboard. All right, next question. So Jazz did mention a link for the Spectral Layers 30-day trial. All right, so we see Dawi the Jagger 2171 says Cubase 15 Pro is amazing. So all right, so we see question. Hi Greg, is there a way to capture the MIDI data generated by the HALion flex phrase? So it doesn't capture it necessarily in real time, but let's say if I have if I come over here and we want to apply the flex phraser, so I will come over here to the MIDI, or we'll go to edit, program, and we'll turn on our flex phraser. So let's just come right over here, let's activate it, and let's do like a synth sequence, an arpeggiator here. So all right, so now okay, so I want to take this and let's just make this like 8th notes instead of 16th notes. So as I play a chord, so what we could do if we want to transfer kind of this arpeggiation out to like a project in Cubase, what we need to do, sorry, just gonna move my keys off my keyboard. All right, so we see this little record icon. So now I'm just going to come over here. All right, and we've recorded that. So when I now come right over here, we see that we have this little MIDI icon, and at this point we could just choose to drag that to our project window, and it will just have all of our arpeggio that's been generated by the flex phraser. So while it's not recorded in real time, I could just come right over here, we'll solo this and just play, and I'll take off the cycle. So within the flex phraser of the instrument, what we want to do is that we're going to go to edit, and you may see kind of the macro editor. We see the program. We want to select the flex phraser here, turn it on, and then just hit the record icon, and then you'll see this icon will be illuminated. Drag that over, and then the arpeggios. It's not necessarily recorded in real time into Cubase like we would see with Groove Agent, but you can still get the data in quite easily. All right, we see Dean Garvey Jazz, great to see you on, checking in from Southern Sierra, north of Los Angeles. Glad you can make it. All right, we see John Costigan on. All right. Okay, we see the video and sound is coming through. All right. Sorry about the audio mess up there. All right, we see Matt Elston joining. Says, just saying hi to everyone. Amazing Cubase community. Love the streams. I'm learning so much. Thanks, Greg and Steinberg, and the moderators. All right. And we see that Michael Teams has granted Jazz Dude 1 gallon of chocolate supreme ice cream. All right. All right. I think we see Brian Sawyer joining from Yuma, Arizona, maybe with a different name. All right, so we have Benny. Says just, hello, Greg, and he's out on a gig. All right, so we see Matt Elson's received 1 gallon of chocolate chip ice cream. All right, Chiluminaire just sending greetings from California. We have Uno Memento saying hi from Finland. All right, Tim Weinheimer just says hello, all Cubasers, loving Cubase Pro 15. It even flows better using it a lot, so it's great. All right, we see David Reuter, Kristen Precy, Nashville from Big Tent. Wishing everyone, we're wishing me a happy Thanksgiving. So great to have you guys on. My best to both of you. We see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. It seems like everyone has new names today. Maybe I hit something different. All right. All right. See, Bratman Studios received 1 gallon of lemon meringue pie ice cream. So maybe Tuesday everyone will get pumpkin flavored ice cream. All right, Hershey Pavel 2168 says, is there a shortcut to copy my MIDI notes and move them an octave without deleting the original notes? So let's take a look. So I know we could do it in the logical editor. Let's see if we could do it with a simple modifier as well. So let's. All right, so let's say I want to take these notes. So I know if we just a shift key, but let's say if we want to move those notes, I think there's a logical editor preset for it, but I'll show you how we can make one. So maybe understand the logic. Let's see if I get it right, if I understand the logical editor. All right, so we want to transform notes, but let's say we want to maybe insert notes. I may switch that to insert exclusive, and let's say we want to take the main value, which is going to be our pitch, and we want to add 12. And we could assign a keyboard shortcut to this. So if I take, let me try the insert exclusive. Let me just. All right, let me look for the preset here. So I think there's under octave. So now we could just, so if we just come over here, we say type is equal to note, and then we want to say this probably be subtype, and then we want to add 12. So let me just do that from scratch one more time here. So type is equal to note, and then we'll choose subtype, add 12. So now what I want to do is select these notes, and you could just double them up an octave, and if you wanted to double them down an octave, we would just choose -12. Or we would just choose subtract 12. So now all these selected notes here will just go down an octave. And then you could assign a keyboard shortcut to that and just trigger that from keyboard shortcut or MIDI remote. All right, we see Tim Weinheimer's received 1 gallon of Texas Twister ice cream. Hope you're doing well with all the storms, Michael. Just talked to a couple friends in Dallas yesterday, just commenting on how bad the rain was. Okay. Bratman Studio says, hey Greg, I'm going to be transferring or setting up my Cubase 15 Pro, also my 14.2 to my new Mac Studio M4. Should I do a clean install or from a backup of my iMac? Intel confused is the best way. I would probably, since you're about 6 generations, since you're about 6 generations different, I would probably just do a clean install of Cubase. And just kind of start fresh with it is what I would do just for the Cubase data. So, and I think the install will go, quickly. All right, so we see for Alexander Plasko about his Spectral Layers. So it says it's for instrument separation in the same stem like unmixed drums, but for similar instruments in the stem. The video states max time in 10 seconds, but no minimum. An example given was guitar and violin. All right, so let me just see if I could create an example. All right, so let's say we have and this may not make any sense musically. All right, so let's mix these two down. All right, so now let's take this track and do our okay. All right, so let's say we have this. Right, so usually I see the waveform. Let me I'll just try a new project here. drag that file over. Hang on. All right, copy this file. Let's get to new project. Okay, so let's say we have, okay, so it's instruments in the same stem, like unmixed drums, but for similar instruments. So video states. Okay, let me just see. All right, so I'll just reread this. So it is for instrument separation. All right. Seeing if there's another comment. All right, so it's for instrument separation in the same stem, like unmixed drums, but for similar instruments. All right, let me see if this is. And let's go ahead and listen to it. So I'm not sure if that's it, but I don't know if there's but no minimum stated. So I'm not sure if there is. Let's try like a small section. So let's say if we just come here, I'll undo. And let's say we'll do like 200 milliseconds. And let's bounce to selection. And see if we could, but maybe if you could let me know just like how, so it worked with 200 milliseconds, but let me know exactly like how long, like the length that you are maybe working with, and we could see if the function works at that particular length. Alexander. Bratman Studio is happy with his ice cream. So we see Tommy Valen just says, "Hi Greg, as I moved from Cubase 14 to 15, my MIDI remote mapping disappeared. I have to remap all over again. Where is my mapping gone? Why is this happening?" So, one of the things that you could do is if you're in your, I assume it's the MIDI remote, Yeah, so if we come over here to the MIDI remote, so try going into your Cubase 14, and let's say if we click on the little settings icon, try to, when you go to the scripts, to export the script. So once you're over here, you can say, okay, I want to take my Stream Deck XL, and then once you're over here, you could just simply export the script. So, if you want to export the particular script from your 14 and see if you re-import it into 15, let me know if that works. And then you would just import right from here and see if that's carried over for you. All right, so we know that Michael Teams gets his ice cream flavors from Bluebell, which is a Texas-based creamery. Sounds like a good future trivia question. All right, Bratman Studio just says, hey Greg, can you demo Flex Phrase? It's been a while, thanks. Okay, so let's say we want to work with Flex Phraser, so we'll add an instrument. So Flex Phraser is a part of HALion or HALion Sonic. So when we want to go to a particular instrument, so when we play, so here we're just kind of playing the particular instruments, but if we wanted to have like really clever arpeggiators, we could come over here to the program, and as we do this, click on a Flex Phraser, and you might have to turn it on. And now at this point, we can choose to have kind of like a generic alternate. We could choose our, so when I hold a chord down, as we see here, I could then say, okay, maybe I want this to be 32nd notes or 8th note triplets or 8th notes. So I can just hold a chord down. Now it's, you can do a lot more than just like a simple alternating arpeggiator. So if you click here, there's all sorts of great presets. So let's say, okay, maybe I don't play keyboards well, but I want maybe like clavinet licks. So I could come over here. Now as I play a chord, so I just hold down a simple chord, and let's make that into like 16th notes. So as we look at our clavinet, and then if you wanted different arpeggiators, so if you hold down a more complex chord, and if you want maybe like electric pianos, so I'm just holding down a single chord. Or if you want to do Latin stuff, like let's say, so you could just have, and the interesting thing is, instruments that, like put a string patch on a Latin piano and listen to it. So if I wanted to just kind of change this particular patch, let's try like a generic, so we'll just come here to like a violin section. So, and let's say, okay, we want, so as soon as we do this, we'll come over to, again, the arpeggio. So now we have strings, but let's say, okay, let's do a Latin house. So if you want to do, okay, let's do reggae strings. So like try different, you know, just because it's kind of leads you to think, okay, let's do like maybe what's a funk piano part. Could be really useful for strings. So let's come over here. So it'll allow you to have like a wide variety of different arpeggiations that are built in. So and that's just kind of like for dance music, but let's say, okay, we want to do, you know, different types, you know, let's come over here, let's do some soul stuff. So, or, you know, whatever you want, and that's just under piano and keyboard, but let's say, okay, let's do strings now. So we have a strings, let's go to genre. Okay, I want to do like new R&B strings. Let's try a hip hop string part. So it allows you to kind of open up a lot of creative, you know, options that maybe you wouldn't think of. So use the flex razor for just like really wonderful string parts that you can, you know, or different instrument parts that you may not have thought to have played. So people have worked and provided a lot of different presets for different arpeggios. So take advantage of those particular presets, you know. So, okay, let's come over here. And you could just try out, you know, your different options that you have with the flex razor. Okay, so we see from Carl VH4296 says, hi Greg, I have an issue with Cubase automation, for example, when I automate the volume of the new volume plugin to go from 0 dB right down to the lowest dB, a 90-degree angle, immediate to almost mimic a mute effect. The automation doesn't go to 90-degree mode unless you zoom into the automation area as far as you can zoom. Please help. So if you're doing, you know, mute, you know, probably what I would do is, I mean, so we'll take a look at it here. So let's say, okay, so let's say we'll just play. All right, let's jump back to. Try just different project here. Okay, so let's say we have just this particular project here. All right, and we wanted to grab, let's say, our volume plugin. So go under Tools. All right, and let's automate this. So say. All right, so let's look at our automation here. All right, so let's say if we want it to clean up the automation. So let's say I could just come here. So let's say we have our volume up here, and then we take the volume plug-in automation. Okay, so for example, I'll automate the volume of the new volume plugin to go from 0 dB right down to the lowest dB at a 90-degree angle. Immediate to almost mimic a mute effect. The automation doesn't go to a 90-degree mode if you zoom into the waveform. All right. So I think that there's always going to be, because you can't have automation kind of at the same sample. So let's say if I come over here, let's switch my nudge values. Let me see if I have my nudge open, and I want to simply say, okay, let's go down to samples. And so let's say, okay, we're going to say one sample. So as we nudge, just get my, so as we do this, we could only, I don't think, so if you zoom in at the sample level, you can't have, it's going to be sample based automation. So sample level automation. So the difference from here to there will be one sample, because we can't necessarily have, at the same sample, two of the same automation values. So depending on how much you zoom in, there has to be, the highest resolution that you could have between two values here is one sample. So that's, if we're at this automation node here, let's look at, let's say, samples here. So we look at our sample here. So when we come to this node, so we're at sample 69,997. So we can't have two values at the same sample position, but when we click here, we're at 69,998. So visually, if you're zoomed in far enough, it looks like, while you're like, oh, it should be straight up and down, it can't be any higher resolution between those two values. So if you want automation, to change, it's going to change within the sample. So let me know if that's kind of what you're talking about. But, when you zoom in, that's only one sample. So if you're at 48K, that's 1/48,000th of a second. If you're in Nuendo and you're at 384K, that's 1/384,000th of a second. Or Cubase can go up to 1/192,000th of a second. So that should be tight enough for going in and out. But it won't be at the same exact time, because you have to have, you can only have one particular automation node per sample. So let me know if I'm misunderstanding. All right, so Bratman Studios says he wants to go to Bluebell on a road trip in his motorhome. All right, so we have Limo main switch checking in from South Africa. All right, Alex Belcher just says Alex Belcher 2070 says, hi Greg, when using MIDI click, why does Cubase trigger a click if you start playback in the middle of a beat? Any way to change this? So I think it may just give you just a starting off click. So let's go ahead and take a look. We just all right, so let's say if we all right, so let's say when we start here, let's say we start slightly after 313. So it may give you an initial click like for where you're starting to delineate the downbeat of where you're starting at that particular point. So you have a particular reference, especially if you're doing kind of like a 2-measure count in or pre-roll. So I think, the design intention is if it's between the beat, it will do a particular, it will send the metronome click from the start of the event, and then it will automatically match, just because you don't want it to, you probably want to hear a click as a frame of reference, so that, and even if that frame of reference isn't missed, because if you start playing and you don't hear a click, I think that would throw off more people than having a click that lands exactly where the play position starts and then kind of follows on a beat, whether it's going to be MIDI or audio. So it just gives you kind of a frame of reference. All right, great to see John Costigan. I saw I made it earlier. I want to say hi. All right, we have Lawrence from Barn Door Recording checking in from Rhode Island. Thanks for making it. We have David, is it Gillis 5545, joining from Atlanta, Georgia. All right, so we see Tim Weinheimer, or Bratman City reaching out to Tim Weinheimer, just asking what computer he's using for his Cubase. Okay, so we see Vince Flyvey just asking, can you explain the 4 different tabs in WaveLab Pro in the startup window? All right, so let's take a look at WaveLab here. It's currently on sale, this Steinberg Cyber Deals. All right, so when we're starting off, we could think, okay, if you wanted to see, we'll call this maybe a hub. So at this point, you could look for your audio montage if you want to learn about the audio editor, so you could get kind of like a quick overview and how to work with the batch processor. You could look at different deals, the manuals, forum, and also other support. So we could see that area here on the left. Going across the top, we could open up recent items. We could open up a project, or specifically an audio montage, which is kind of a collection of different audio files. The audio editor, which will be for just maybe editing a single file, and batch processing that would allow you to say we want to do sample rate conversion on all of the files in this particular folder. At the bottom here, you could choose like your audio connections, your input, your output, and your different speaker configurations. So that's kind of what the main, the main hub area of WaveLab, what that will do for you. All right, and we see FlyV says, I still can't find the album wizard. So when we're doing this, we want to make sure that you're in an audio montage. So let's say I'll go to my audio montage, and let's say, okay, I want to do like 2 tracks of 16-bit 44.1. So we're in our montage now. And I'm going to just insert some audio files. So we'll say, okay, let's get recent audio files. All right, so let's say we now have 2 audio files and we want to pull up the album wizard so we can make a CD. So at the very top here, once we're in a montage, you'll see the album. So you want to go to the album tab, go to functions, and here you could just say, okay, let's go to the album wizard. And for the most part, you could just say, okay, take the default values. This will allow you to do all of the markers for your Redbook values. So we can see that the markers have now been employed, but it may kind of by default show you the spectrometer or the spectroscope in the upper left-hand corner. So we could think of different areas of the program that are docked. In the upper left-hand corner, when you're in the audio montage, you'll see the album right there. So let me know if that's that makes sense for you, Vince. All right, so we see Val is still in the session, but he's going to join later. All right, so you see Jazz Dude is doing some moderation, but I'm not sure if I see the question from I Love Drago. So just see, so, but so you see Bratman Studio just asking, says he was thinking of going down to Micro Center for a new Mac Studio. I'm not sure if Micro Center sells Macs anymore. I think my local Micro Center doesn't. All right. All right, Flyv is asking, what is the main function of WaveLab nowadays? Because I know CDs are obsolete. Well, you know, it's not only CDs, it's kind of mastering in general. And interestingly enough, like in a lot of areas, I have a friend that's like in charge of A&R for a pretty big label. And he was like, you know, for a lot of parts in the United States, at least, he was telling me it's like, you know, CDs still sell regionally more in a lot of different parts, but it's also being able to take like all of your recordings and making them cohesive, you know. So like, you know, Cubase is obvious, Innuendo are obviously ideal for, you know, your multi-track mixing and editing and composition environments and post-production. But when you need to take like, you know, a group of songs that are on an album and you want those to all be consistent and you need to deliver to multiple formats easy, you need to have lots of additional metadata. So, you know, you want to put your picture in so that when it's played on Spotify or Amazon Music, you know, that all of your metadata will be here. It's also going to allow you to render to multiple file formats. It's going to have different, you know, different analysis. So if you want to come over here, like we could do a loudness analysis of your particular project and see, okay, how does the loudness on these particular tracks work for all of these different services? So do I want, you know, if I wanted to play on YouTube, do I have the optimum levels? If I wanted to play on Apple Music or Deezer or SoundCloud or with EBUR 128 or AES, internet streaming or Netflix standards, Amazon Music. So all these different loudness standards, WaveLab is really good at, you know, taking your particular file and being able to export so it's optimized level wise for all of the different services. So just in general mastering, and also if you're just doing like raw audio editing, let's say you're doing stuff like a book on tape, you're doing radio spots. WaveLab is a great tool for that, where it's not necessarily musical based, but you're kind of often doing something what like I would call audio assembly. So once you do audio assembly, at that point, you could just take a bunch of different audio files for an interview, book on tape, podcast, audio editing, stuff like that. WaveLab is really well suited for. So not just for CDs, but CDs are good to have too. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so MG Lax 35 asks, hey, do you think it's worth it to upgrade from 14 to 15? So yeah, I think it's a great update. And next question, what's the best, fastest way to create sends? All right, so let's say we have an audio file here, and I want to make a send of, that's going to that particular file. So what I could do now is just kind of right click, and then we could say, let's add an effect track to the particular track. So let's say, okay, I want to add a delay. So let's say, okay, let's do our mono delay, just come right over here. And now when we go to this particular track, that delay has automatically been added to the particular track. So, if you have a number of tracks that you want to put reverb on, just right click or select all the tracks holding down like the shift key. And at that point, right click on the track area and just add effects track to the selected tracks. And then that send, that effect that we add, that send will be routed to all of the selected tracks. Okay. All right, so you see Flyvy just mentioning Album Wizard again. Hopefully, let me know if you still don't get it, and if need be, I could just remotely, if you want to send me an email and send a screenshot, I could probably show it to you, or remotely log onto your computer with Zoom or something like that real quick if needed, Vince. All right, so we have Contras Power 6302 just says, what's up, Greg? How you doing? So I'm doing great. Looking forward to Thanksgiving holiday, a little bit of downtime. All right, Conscious Power 6302 says, can you please pass a request to use the eraser tool as a tool modifier in a key editor? So one thing just to make sure you're aware, so let's say if we have an instrument track and come over here, so you may not need a modifier. So let's, if you're not familiar with this, so let's say we have notes. All right, so we could hold down a modifier key, or you could just simply double click on a note. So if you want to add a note, we can just, so we could just say, okay, I could double click to add a note, or double click on a note to erase the note. So I could say, okay, I'm here, now I want to erase that note, just double click. So instead of having to hold down a modifier, you could select it with one click, and double click, you can delete the note. So let me know if that makes sense. And there is, and that's the default behavior, but you could also say, double click opens the note expression editor as an option. So if I'm here and I'm doing kind of like MPE style editing, I could double click and open the MPE editor. When this is turned off, which is the default behavior, you can now just double click to erase the note without a modifier key. So it's probably faster than moving your hand to hold down a modifier key in the key editor. All right, so we see Chiluminaire says, in HALion Sonic, can the flex phraser be used to design or create custom patterns? So currently not. But if you wanted to create your own custom pattern, so let's say, okay, I'm here and, this is my cool pattern that I have. So let's say I like this pattern, starting at measure 7 and 8. And I want it to trigger this as a patterns in a similar way to what we're doing with Flex Razor. So if you just grab like your MIDI plugin, there's two ways of doing this. One is just to come over and we'll see a MIDI insert. You could go to the Apache SX and drag and drop the event, and then that particular phrase that you've made is set up to do will be triggered. Also, if we have chord pads, so if we wanted to audition the chord pads, we could just say, okay, let's come over here to the pattern, and then I could just drag this pattern right there, and now that's the pattern that's going to be used. So you could take any MIDI part that's on the project window and drag it into the chord pads to be triggered from chord pads, or drag it into the MIDI insert of the Apache SX, and then you could have your own custom arpeggios if you wanted to. Okay, so we see Chiluminaire says, asks, if an audio file doesn't start exactly on the downbeat, what's the best way to align it to the correct position? Okay. So I'll just drop an audio file in here. All right, so let's say this isn't, let's say I want to, I'll just put kind of like an empty event here. Okay, so let's say we have this. Okay, so let's say we have our file here, and nothing starts directly here until beat 2. So I don't want the beginning where there's silence to be kind of the sync point. So let me just move this up so you can see it a little better. Okay, so when I do my normal snap here, when J is turned on, so the beginning of the event, that will be what is snapping directly to the grid, but we want it maybe to be right here instead. So if we double click and we go like into the sample editor, just do that one more time so we have separate events. Okay. Okay, so what you could do is, let's say we're in our sample editor and we'll go to just maybe like our definition here. So we're going to get out of Vari Audio, and we have this little thing called the snap point. So let's say this was the silent area and I want this. So this be a snap point, or you think of it as a sync point. And often when we do that, so let's say, and you may not see this depending on what you have kind of selected for the visual. So let's say just come over here. Where's the, just, all right, so once we see this little S line, we move that S line, And when we do this, we can see that this is where the particular sync point is. So now when I go to sync, let's say, okay, we are syncing to the bar. It's not going to sync the beginning or the silence. It's going to snap to where this particular line is. So as I come over here, you can see that the beginning isn't the reference point for the sync. It's going to be this particular point where we have this S icon. So when you open up the sample editor, if you go to like the definition tab, you can just come right over here, move that sync point to the start of the event, and instead of the silence, or let's say in this case right here, we can just, that is what is going to be used to snap the particular event right there. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, we see Doughboy863 just wants everyone to not forget to smash the like button. All right, Cristobal4413 says, hi Greg, updated to Mac OS Tahoe, what a mess, sound crackling and UI freezes, got Cubase 14 Pro, and I'll go back to Sequoia. So how it goes for 15 on Tahoe. Thank you from Marbella, Spain, South Spain. I've been to Marbella, actually. Loved it there. So a lot of times, you know, Cubase is fine, but there's a lot of other third-party components, like anytime that you're using plugins, anytime your audio interface may not be totally tweaked. So, you know, unfortunately with programs like Cubase, you know, the power and kind of the curse of compatibility could be that, you know, Cubase is a program that, you know, hundreds of plugins and lots of hardware, your audio interface, your MIDI interface, your mouse cursor, you know, your keyboard, MIDI controllers, all those things. You know, Cubase just accepts input from a wide variety of sources, and some of those sources may not have like a huge, you know, may not be updated altogether. So there's a lot of variables. Personally, I tend to, you know, unless, you know, I haven't seen an operating system that has a super duper compelling feature for me to want to upgrade to an operating system on a system that's working well. So I personally, what I do is I tend to use the operating system that came with the computer as long as I can. You know, for me, like having a rounded folder or something icon isn't worth all the other like stability issues that could arise. So, you know, I tend to always stay on the operating system that came with my computer, and found that that's always very, very stable. So, all right. All right, so Bratman Studio says, hey Greg, seems like the flex phrase is a hidden gem. Thanks for the demo, wonderful. Yeah, so it's a wonderful feature, and it was one of the things that was in the full HALion, that when it was HALion Sonic SE3, those were like the flex phraser wasn't in there, it was in the HALion Sonic. But when Steinberg had moved to make HALion Sonic the default player for everything, they actually brought the flex phraser feature down to the included version, which is really nice of them to do. They didn't have to work with it. And I think it's like a lot of the same arpeggios that you would get on like the Yamaha like workstation keyboards as well. All right, so we have Stevie Ray 70 says, hey Greg, really enjoying the new Cubase 15 Pro upgrade. Greetings from Belfast in Northern Ireland. Yeah, I got to go to Ireland this summer with vacation with my family. Loved it. We didn't get a chance to go to Northern Ireland. Maybe next time. But thanks for joining us and being part of the community today. All right, BK Hawaii asks, hi Greg, does HALion Sonic 7.1 have the new Spectral synth? How do you use it? So HALion 7.1 has the option to do it, but when it's basically just going to be an instrument. So when you come over, let's say we open up an instance of HALion Sonic, you can So we can think of, if, a lot of people consider like HALion Sonic the, the playback engine of HALion. So let's say if we want to go to extreme, we can now just kind of come over here, and this will be kind of our new spectral synth. So as we play, we can come over and let's just check my control room volume here. So, but that's where you would get access to the particular instrument. So it's so all the features are kind of under the hood in Cubase, but they're in HALion Sonic, but you may not see it until you're actually working, until you load up the particular instrument like extreme. So check that out. All right, let me jump to a different project. All right, so we see Michael Teams is saying to Bratman Studio, always amazes me how much I don't know about the program I've been using for many years. Greg is a man, always helpful. Thank you for the kind words. All right, so we see from Alex Belcher says, only happens when I use the MIDI click, not the audio click. I think the intention is the same way, but let's say if I start my audio click, like I have my project here, let's say between, and I'll just slow my tempo down, let's say to 50 beats a minute. And let's say when I do the audio here, let's see if we get a click as soon as we start playing, for it to continue just as a reference, even though we're past beat 4 on measure 309. So I'll do a countdown and then hit the space bar. So I'll say 3, 2, 1. And if I turn the click on, that would be helpful. So anticlimactic. All right. So 3, 2, 1. Just. So if we start here, we'll probably hear the click. It may be softer. And let's go ahead and I'll just try to send it to, let's try the MIDI click and see if we'll compare the two of them. So we'll come here to the metronome setup. And let's get to our click sounds. Let's route this to Groove Agent. Okay, so all right, so we hear both of the audio and the MIDI. So let's come over here to control room. I'll adjust my volume of the click down. All right, so let's start here before. So start before again. Yeah, so it seems like the MIDI is doing it, but I think the intention is like when it starts playing to give you a click regardless of the position, which I think is kind of helpful. So if we're here between the beats, as soon as you start playing, gives you the click. So you know exactly, so if you're recording and you're not looking at the project, that's a good frame of reference for that. But it seemed like it was doing it with the audio click before. But let me see if, I'll just come to the transport. Let's go to metronome setup. Let's turn off the MIDI click and see if it, yeah, so the behavior is a little different. I'll mention it to the team, but I think the intention is that when you start playing, that there's a click as a reference for someone who's just listening to it. All right, Michael Teams just asking, howdy Greg, can you run through the Groove Agent demo? All right, so we'll just do a new project. So obviously in Cubase 15 and earlier versions, Steinberg was kind enough so they came out with the Groove Agent SE6. And even if you have older versions of Cubase, we still can download Groove Agent SE6 and run with earlier versions. So it's not a Cubase 14 or 15 exclusive. All right, so the thing that I love about Groove Agent is it's kind of like a multiple environments in one. So we could think of it as, okay, we have Groove Agent here, so we have our different pads. There's a lot of different types of drum. There's kind of two main schools of drum instruments. One will be kind of more sample based, maybe following like a sampling drum machine like an Akai MPC, that type of paradigm in workflow, and other ones which are kind of like virtual drummers. And Groove Agent does both of these really well. So let's say we want to start off with maybe like where we have our own samples. So let's say I'll just load up a kit here. Now when we load up a kit, we can have our different sounds that we have. All right, and then we have player section. So we have the kit and the player. Now to toggle back and forth between these, you could just hit the letter E. And that way we could look at our kit and we could look at our patterns. We could drag and drop samples from Media Bay directly onto our kit. So right now we have a number of samples here. If I wanted to drag and drop an audio file, I could just say, okay, let's come over here and say, okay, I like this snare. Let me just drag that snare. And so we have 8 banks of 16 different drum machines. So when we come here, so we could just say, okay, now I want this particular snare. We can see the MIDI note numbers. For each of the sounds, I could come over here. So let's say as I'm doing this, if I want to adjust the volume, the pan, we could also adjust tuning. And our fine tune. So now if I come over here, I can say, okay, I want the kick to be tuned down, and I want to take down my snare, and let's make the snare louder. Let's come over here, and so as we select our snare pad, this way we could have kind of different sounds and different options for each of these different instruments. Now, what's cool about some of the things that we could do inside of Groove Agent 6 is we're kind of like a lot of us have used a pattern editor. So we have these different patterns that we could utilize. All right, and I'll just turn down the volume here just slightly. All right, so, but now in 6, if we just come over here, we can see we have our own pattern editor. So I can say, okay, let's just kind of drag this out. And if I wanted to program a beat directly within Groove Agent, as we hit play, I could just say, okay, let's come over. And as we do this, we can just program kind of our own drum patterns right here inside of Groove Agent. So at this point, you know, we can just have kind of our own particular pattern. So I'm going to go to my transport here, and we'll say follow transport. So now when I just have a pattern, I could go to the pattern editor here, and let's just program a quick beat as we're doing this. So say, okay, I want, let's say my snare 2, and clap, and I could adjust kind of velocities here. And I want to put in hi-hats. And now we could just, you know, drag this particular pattern over. Now, once we come over here, we also could have we could trigger our different instruments here so we can see which ones are patterns, and we could also just say, okay, I want to go to my mixer. So at this point, we can say, okay, each of the different sounds, I can say when we get to our kit, we can route these to 32. We have, 16 buses, but also 32 stereo outputs that we could route the particular samples to. And if we go into our mixer, I can say, okay, we want to go to like our snare, and at this point we could open up particular channels and add effects and EQs. So let's say I want to come over here, so let's say as we go to bus 2, we could just come over and add different effects. So let's say, okay, I want to put a delay on the snare. And let's say, okay, I want to put, on the hi-hats, we could also just add, different auxiliary sends as well. So we could just kind of come over here. Let's say globally, I want to edit my EQ. So we're going to have a lot of flexibility with that. So, and now, we see the mixer is kind of on the bottom. And even though it's like part of the plugin, we could undock the mixer from the particular application. So we could have its own floating mixer, or choose to dock it right back. We'll come over here. We can now resize Groove Agent as well. So if you want it to be bigger, smaller. Now the second method of working with Groove Agent is when we come over to, let's say, our library, let's have like an acoustic agent. So we'll say, okay, I'm going to come over, let's load up like Studio SE, and we'll just come over here to Brothers in Need. So now what we see is basically like an acoustic kit. We're with multi-microphone, so that when we hit the snare, we could have that snare in the overheads, in the room mics, and this will come with all of our different hi-hat options. So if we wanted to come over, you can see just dedicated banks of different hi-hat and crash cymbals. So as we want to come over here to our player with this, I could just hit play, and we could have different patterns. So here we'll have intros, endings, and we could have like 4 different fills. Now as I work with this, our patterns, I could just come over here and say, okay, I want it to be very soft. So we could have we have an XY axis. So if we adjust this vertically, this would be our dynamics. And if we adjust it horizontally, we could add additional levels of complexity. Now, while this is just playing, I can say, okay, how about every measure, we will just have the levels of complexity vary up to 2 degrees so that it's not playing the same pattern every time. Or every 4 bars, randomly throw in a drum fill. So I could just kind of start a pattern and play along and be inspired by it. It's probably more inspiring to play along and write to an existing beat than to just with a click track. And I could start off with something very basic, and then I could just write in different fills and have complete control of my virtual drummer. And everything I'm doing here, if I change my tempo from 120 to 132, is automatically going to follow. Let's say, okay, I want it to be 80 beats a minute. Or let's go to 112. So as we work with this, we could just say, and even here we can say, oh, let's add more swing to that pattern overall. So if you want to be straight or add swing. So Groove Agent's really good at, being able to work both with like a virtual drummer when we come over here and we look at the kit, where we're going to have a lot of different options. And here we can say, okay, I want to hear more of like, the overheads. So as I hit the snare, okay, I want more room mic, and I could do that for every single drum to kind of dial in the sound. Or if I want to work with like a sampling drum machine paradigm, I could do that very easily using a beat agent kit. So whether you want to do beat agent for kind of more sample based or an acoustic agent for like a virtual drummer, it's very easy to do with Groove Agent. So a lot of great things that we could do. Okay, just saw an email from Vince come in, so thanks for sending that. Very great to see Randy on. Randy Lee Music. All right. All right, so we see the Gark. Maybe I hit something. Everyone's names are different now. All right, so Michael Teams. All right, so Gark, I believe, is going to be Gareth, and he's received 1 gallon of chocolate mocha ice cream. All right, Tim Weinheimer just mentioned he uses a Leonard gaming PC, or Lipa Ord MSI gaming computer for his Cubase 15. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin on. Says, hey, Greg and Jazz, gratitude for the stream. So wonderful to see you on. Everyone give a big woof to Stella, Mark's dog. Tim Weinheimer just saying CD sales have come back in recent years. Yeah, I think I've seen people buying more DVDs and Blu-rays because, they realize that, oh, I thought that this would always be streaming, and it's not, and they want to watch it. But if you have it on DVD or Blu-ray, you can always watch it whenever you want. So, all right, so we're seeing Michael Teams just says, wow, WaveLab is awesome. Wonderful to see Razel Zamini joining from Denmark. Great to have you on again. All right, Tim Weinheimer said, can WaveLab convert audio files to another audio file format? So yeah, very easily, and you could also use the batch processor. So you don't have to do it one by one. Using the batch processor, you can say, take this folder, convert it, to this sample rate, this bit depth, this file format, and you could say, I need to do that to 8 different file formats and bit depths and sample rates, so different combinations. Save it as a batch process, hit go, and just quickly it'll go through and execute all those commands for you. Run it through different master section presets and dithering. So all that stuff WaveLab's really great at. All right. So Ivy Brothers asks, in Cubase Artist 15, I could put audio into musical mode, but the audio does not line up with the tempo track. Are there steps I'm missing? Again, it's Artist 15. All right, so when you place an audio file in musical mode, it's going to, that's kind of like half of the battle. So let's say if we jump here, we go over, let's say we drop a file in. So now generally when we have this on that and we look at our bars and beats, like if I import it, if I drag it over from the pool and this little musical note icon is on, then this will automatically be in musical mode, as we can see, and that will automatically fit kind of our tempo. Now if I take this off and I drag a file in and we put it, that isn't going to be in musical mode because when I dragged it, we don't have this checked. So this will play back at its original tempo. Now, how do you know what the original tempo of the file is? If we go to the pool, which you could open up by Command or Control plus the letter P as in pool, and we look at the files here, we can see, okay, the original tempo of the files was 125 beats a minute. So I could enable musical mode right here, but you want to make sure that your audio file is tempo stamped. If you record a file in to Cubase, let's come over here, let's add an audio track, and we'll call it tempo stamp. So currently my tempo is set to 112 beats a minute. So now when I record a file, so we'll just come here, record the file. So we're going to call the file tempo stamp. So let's go to our pool, and we see that since my tempo was 112 beats a minute, that this particular file, that tempo stamp is set to 112. And if that was like, if I click here, now that would fit into any particular musical, any project, it would match the project tempo. The thing you have to watch out for in any of these scenarios is, one, to make sure that there is a tempo stamp available for the audio. And and make sure that that tempo stamp is correct. So a lot of people may record audio and they come over here, they don't record with a click, or they have real musicians doing it and they have it set to bars and beats, and they're not really have a reference with the click track. So as they do that, let's say, okay, we're recording, and we're here, and let's go ahead and record. So if there's no correlation, if you've recorded a file here and the tempo is irrelevant. So let's say, okay, the band is really playing at 90s, 92 beats a minute is what the drummer's metronome counted off. And if that doesn't match what the tempo value is in here, then it's not going to line up because it's kind of an inaccurate tempo. So make sure that when you're working with the audio, Control or Command plus P, and make sure that the tempo's value is accurate, and then that not just the track. So some people put the track in musical mode. You need the event to be in musical mode, which you could do either right here from the info line, not the track. So we need the actual audio event. So this should be in musical mode if you want that to work, but make sure that the track isn't in musical mode, that the event is from the info line or from the pool. And you could just place this little check mark right here in musical mode. So give that a try, and that should work the same in Cubase Artist or Cubase Pro. Let's see, Bratman Studio says, yes, Greg is the reason I'm here twice a week. I tell my wife I'm in class for 4 hours, Tuesday and Fridays. So deep this program, been with Cubase since the Atari days. Know what you mean. So think of it as a lifelong learning institute, my mom goes to, my mom's actually taking algebra classes, and, just to keep her mental acuity. She's very sharp. But you can always learn. I'm learning new stuff every day, too. All right, great to see Soren on. Yeah, let's see if my mom, she might be on. She usually kind of checks out the live streams. All right, so we see Uno Memento has received 1 gallon of Cherry's Jubilee ice cream. All right. And Big B has received 1 gallon of Texas strawberry ice cream. All right, Alexander is just saying the like button looks neglected today, so make sure you hit the like button. Jazzy just mentioning he's on 15.6.1 on Sequoia and has no issues, and I won't change it. I'm kind of the same school of thought as I've mentioned. All right, Uno Memento just says, thank you, sir. Says to Michael Teams. Says some scores are in work, so I'll be watching the stream from the sidelines. All right, so we see from Uno Memento, says Greg, when I solo one track, some tracks don't go to mute. I remember this being discussed once, but I don't remember what the solution was. Okay, so let me just add a couple more audio tracks. All right, so let's say some of the tracks may be like when we see our solo button here, if you hold down like the Alt or Option key, so sometimes those could be in solo defeat. So when I solo a track, if you see like a little D, and you can hold down the Alt or Option key and just click on the solo, or I think if you just hold it down for like 2 seconds or so, that will switch it to solo defeat. So now when I solo a track, this won't be affected by soloing. So make sure you're not in solo defeat, because that's basically when we're in solo defeat, it may just say, okay, I know that this track won't be affected by any other track being soloed. So try just making sure you don't have solo defeat on. And again, it's just Alt or Option, clicking on the solo button, or just holding down your mouse, and then that will enable like a long mouse hold that will place it into solo defeat as well. All right, you see Jazz Dude just says, are you a fan of the TV series Severance? There's a recreation in Cubase from last night. Jazz Dude sharing a YouTube link. Yeah, so the composer of Severance is a Cubase user, so Teddy Shapiro. Been out to his room a few times. He kind of shares a facility with Ludwig Göransson. Okay, so you see I'm not the only one that has like whose usernames are different. Everyone seems to have numbers now, so I guess it's YouTube adding it. All right, so we see from Infested Alien, says, I love most of the things with Cubase 15, but notice there's a bug when using a Mac where the UI freezes, continues during playback when projects get more advanced. Audio still works properly though. So sometimes it's, it could be just like, like the audio will always have the highest priority. So if you have like a huge project and maybe you're running out of steam processing audio performance-wise on your system, it will err on the side of playing back the audio, and maybe the visuals may lag, but if the audio is playing back, it's probably working as designed. So, you could always try to increase the buffer on your audio interface and see if that makes a difference. But, it's kind of the intention often that as you're working, so you could come to the buffer size in your audio interface just by selecting it under your studio menu to studio setup to the audio setup. But if it's playing back the audio, it may just be it's pushing your computer. So yeah, I've seen some discussion on the names. I realized maybe about a year ago, like when I would reply personally to like a comment in the comments area, for my personal, that it just added, at one point it just added numbers from my kind of YouTube or my Google account. So, but it seems like everyone now has numbers added to their username. All right, so we have Pertti Komenen joining from Finland. Let's see, yeah, everyone's seeing numbers with their names, so glad I'm not the only one. I didn't miss some weird YouTube setting. All right, Jason Sykes says, "Hi Greg, when will Groove Agent 6 drop? Loving SE6." So usually, and just like with all the Cubase versions, we don't, you know, most Steinberg programs, when we have programs that are done in Steinberg, there will be like there's one team that's dedicated to Cubase, a team that's dedicated to Dorco, one instruments, and one professional audio, which is like WaveLab, Nuendo, Spectral Layers. So most of the teams will not mention any products before they are available to be shipping. Some of the teams may. So there's kind of different marketing strategies with that. So, but currently, if there was development, I'm sure with Groove Agent SE6 that Groove Agent 6 is, it's kind of implied that it's in the works. And generally, like, the full version will have a lot of additional features not found in the SE version. So, but when it's out, we'll let everyone know. But just often we can't talk about stuff before it's released. So, and most people know that I'm pretty diligent about not commenting on any products until they're available. I think it's, kind of an annoying tease in some regards. It used to be like, companies were famous for showing stuff at the NAMM show, which is a big industry, like a music industry trade show where we show the industry shows to music dealers, like all of the new stuff. And, the running joke was, you would show something at NAMM and it wasn't shipping and it would be annoying. So the running joke was, NAMM was an acronym for not available, maybe March, because the show always happens like the third week of January in Anaheim, California. And then it became not available, maybe May. So, I think I appreciate Steinberg not necessarily teasing for every program of when it's coming, because there could be just unforeseen factors that could delay a release. Like I think it was with Cubase 13 or Cubase 14. I think it was Cubase 13 was actually delayed because our online shop went into receivership the day before the release, and we weren't sure if we would be able to get any money from the online shop that we were using previously. So at that point, Cubase was ready to go, and it was literally like a day or two from being released, and we had to push back the release date because of the online shop. So it was so there's a lot of factors like that go on kind of behind the scenes. So when Groove Agent 6 is ready, we'll show it on a live stream. But generally we don't try to tease people with, anticipatory features. So. All right, just reading through comments. All right. Is it IronS 1233 just asks, is there a way to randomize MIDI velocity without using the logical editor? So yeah. Let me just... All right, so let me just come over here. Let's open up our pattern editor, and let's just say I want to put hi-hats in. Okay, so let's say we'll just solo this pattern here. I'll just enter it in real quick. Sorry. It's be easier way to show it. So So if you want to randomize different aspects, you could come over to, and don't feel like using the logical editor. All right, so let's come over here and just use the drum editor. Okay, so let's come over here. Okay, so let's say we just have hi-hats, they're all the same velocity. So if we come over into like our channel, we have the MIDI modifiers. And what we could do is just say, okay, we want to randomize velocity. And we'll say our maximum value, let's make it 120. And say our minimum value 80. So now we could just, as this track is playing, we could just have those particular, I'll just make it more. So at this point we could just choose to randomize just the velocity if we want to randomize the position. So we could say, okay, let's randomize the position of the notes. So we'll say and say our velocity. So let's say we'll just do this 20, and we'll make this minus 20. So now we could just randomize the velocity or position. So you get here kind of the random velocity values there. Let's make it more extreme. So this way you could just use the MIDI modifiers, and if you wanted to randomize pitch or do different aspects, we could just come over here to minimize or randomize different elements of position, pitch, velocity, length. And now if I want to see like that randomization, if we choose to freeze MIDI modifiers, we could see now we've frozen it, how we could take those velocity values and see them reflected. So the freeze MIDI modifiers will basically take the values here and adjust them so that we could see the reflection of the values here, which were cleared when we did the freeze MIDI modifiers, so you could see the random elements. So if you don't want to use the logical editor, just use the MIDI modifiers. All right, so we see from Michael Teams, this is, wow, Groove Agent is a monster. Thanks, Greg. A few days of work to get a handle on it. So it's very capable. All right, so we have from Aladdin Dinesh Hahi, who asks, what is the best way to change tempo in the middle of a project with all kinds of instrument and audio tracks? Okay, so let's say we have our, we'll just do our Groove Agent here. I'll just do a quick pattern here on my kick and snare so we can see this. So All right, so let's say we have this going on. All right, let me just change that. So let's say we will copy this out a couple of times. All right, so we'll just say we have this, we'll listen to our beat. And I'll just put that on beat there. Okay, so let's say we want to copy this out a number of times, and then we're gonna just take like an audio loop here. So we can use some of the new, try. Try some of the new libraries here. Okay, so let's say we're going to have audio and MIDI going on here, so listen to it. And I'll put that into musical mode. All right, and I'll just get this edit right. All right, so let's say, so we have audio and MIDI here, and we want to do a tempo change. All right, so I'm going to just simply add a tempo track. Okay, so we'll say, okay, let's add a tempo track. So currently we'll say our tempo is at 110 beats per minute. I'll drop my node in. And we want to make sure that your audio track here, you know, make sure that both of the tracks are in musical mode. So we see like the little musical note here, the quarter note. And the audio tracks, we want the audio events here to be in musical mode. So as we come over, let's say, okay, I want to do a tempo change here. And let's say, okay, I want this to ramp down, let's say, over time. So now when we do this, so since the audio events are in musical mode, the MIDI will follow musical mode by default. So now it's going to gradually slow down. And let me just adjust the start of this position as we do this. So as we listen to it. So take the audio, make sure that you have the correct tempo value like we discussed earlier. Make sure it's in musical mode. Then your audio MIDI, as you type in tempo changes, will automatically just lock right into the tempo. So we can do it step or do a ramp. Then we can go right back to where we started. So once your audio is in musical mode, it will be like a tempo parasite. It will just follow that tempo. So, and your MIDI by default will just do that unless you specifically lock it in position. So let me know if that makes sense for you. So JazzDude just loaded up a new template to Discord with all the new drum machine kits. Thanks for doing that. Okay, so I see maybe a question in Spanish. I think it's in Spanish. Let me just copy it and put it into my Google Translator here. Bear with me for a second. All right, so we see a question, and this is in Spanish. It says, I recently switched to Cubase and haven't yet figured out how to add a delay to the bass line. Are there sample delay plugin options? I want to give my bass some groove and a bit of swing. All right, so let's say we want to do maybe this bass part here. So we have... All right, so let's say I want to just go to my insert, and let's go to a delay. So let's do maybe a mono delay. Let's do like, I'll come over here. Let's make it like a dotted quarter note and see how that sounds. And we have our mix control here. And let's say we'll have less feedback. And once we have this sync turned on, that my delay time will sync to the tempo as well. Or if I want it to be like an 8.8 delay. Let's do just like a dotted quarter delay here. So you could just put like an audio delay on your instrument track or the track right here, and then, you know, or on audio, and then you'll see like this little option here, and that would allow you to choose to synchronize the delay so the delay times fall on particular rhythms, and as your tempo speeds up and slows down, your delay will speed up and slow down to adjust. Thanks for your question. It's from Ramel Carbon Tag. All right. All right, so we see Uno Momento just says, my son says apparently numbers were automatically added by YouTube when they made everyone have a unique username. All right, so we see from, so the question says about a better and easier workflow and note expression or MPE, as I asked in the previous stream. I exactly mean how you can change not MPE on Ableton and Bitwig. I know we showed how to do it, but if you let me know like what you can't figure out. So, you know, when we want to go to like an so let's say if we add an instrument track here, not the best choice for MPE type stuff, but let's say if I'm here and we have so let's say if we have notes, so, and we enable this icon, now we could just have your MP, so your note expression editor. So, and when we want to, let's say, adjust panning or tuning of particular notes, we could come right over here and be able to tweak those particular parameters. So if we want to have one shot, or if you want it to have different values, if we want to take snap off, so we could do that on kind of a note by note basis. But I don't have Ableton or Bitwig license, but let me know like what you can't do, and we could take a look at it and try to help you out with it. So I'm not sure when you say exactly mean how can you change not MPE on Ableton and Bitwig, so I don't have licenses for that. All right, and it says, for example, when you want to pitch bend a single note in a chord, it just gets messy. I don't know how to explain other than maybe on a Zoom Hangout. You know, if you want to join the Zoom Hangout on Tuesday, we could just come over there. You know, we could do that, but let's go ahead and say, okay, I want to do tuning on this particular note. You know, now we could just say, okay, let's just do kind of like, so if you wanted to draw in tuning, you could also just kind of tilt. But, you know, so now we could have panning here, we could have tuning there. And I think that we could, if we do like a one-shot mode, that we could tilt down as well. So let's say if we take this off and so, but if you want to, you know, we'll be doing a Zoom meetup on Tuesday. If you want to discuss it then, I'd be happy to take a look at it. But then you could see like panning and tuning all right there. See, saber-tooth bicycle says all the names have been changed. Thanks to Google. It's a place to be for learning Cubase. Sorry. I think that's Tim K. I'll have to relearn everyone's name. All right. All right, so we see from Uno Memento says, Greg, no solo defeat on my tracks. You know, the one thing that it could also be is if you have automation. So let's say if we come over here and we have mute automation. So let's say, okay, we're here, and then we have mute automation. So let's say, and I come over here, and let's say if we solo this track, other tracks may not solo if there's, so check to see if when you go into the automation, if there is mute automation that's been written in, because if there's mute automation and it's at that point in time, the track is muted due to automation, it may not kick on. So check to make sure that you know, see if you have mute automation enabled and see if that makes a difference. All right. Yeah, everyone's wondering about their new usernames here. So hopefully we'll all get to figure out who everyone is. So I could tell by a lot of people's writing styles. So all right, so we see from Flyv, how do I add photo for the album in WaveLab? All right, so let's open up WaveLab here. So I think it's just going to be in the metadata. All right, so I'll just open up a quick project. Okay, so we'll come over here. So in the upper right-hand corner, we should see metadata. If we click on edit, and then you'll see if you go to the ID3/iTunes tab, you could have like your various metadata here. Go to picture, and then you could just simply add a picture right in there. So you could just click on the plus sign, and here we can find a picture just like that, and that could be your horrible album picture. It's you doing a Dorco presentation last year or this year in, I think that's Austin or San Antonio, Texas. So again, from within a montage, and there's kind of like two different editing areas, the audio editor and the montage. Just come over here, and once you're in the montage, go to the metadata, click on edit, go to ID3/iTunes, click on the picture tab, then click on the plus sign. All right. So we see Alexander Plasko. It just says prices have come down across the board. I paid $4,000 for a Yamaha quad speed CD burner in 1991, and he had to buy burner software on top of it. CD Toast, I think it was. Yes, I remember getting my first CD burner for $300, and I was like, wow, amazing. CD burner for $300, and each blank CD was $5 on sale. So. You see Michael Teams is granted parity come in 1 gallon of butterscotch cream ice cream. All right, we see Mark Rabin's taking his dog Stella to the dog park. Hope you have a great time. You see he's working on Project Russian Lullaby by Irving Berlin. All right, Chatfield just jumped. Let me find my spot. Let me find my spot where it was. All right, I think I'm close. All right, so you see Michael Teams talk about Garth the Part 2, so yeah, I should have some more bass tracks coming this weekend. All right. Bratman Studio says, Greg, speaking of NAMM, will you be in Anaheim in January? So I will be at the show. I may be in kind of a weird spot in the Content Creators Lounge. It says we'll be giving you a partition this year. So I think this year at the Yamaha booth, where we're normally at, that there's not going to be a live performance stage, and maybe they're not giving drummers like the full. Last year at the NAMM show, for those who are in attendance, our booth was kind of near the acoustic drums at Yamaha, and they just kind of put out drum thrones and leave sticks, and all the people that worked in the drum department leave, and to let people do drum solos for 8 hours a day. So I don't think that's happening, but I will be there, but I may be in and out of the booth. So, but we can meet up definitely. All right, so Michael Teams just asking, when is NAMM? So I believe it starts on January 23rd. It's that Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I think around the 23rd or 22nd, something like that. All right, Electro DJ just says, shows how to import a song and split vocals, bass, drums, etc. Okay, so we could do this in Cubase 15. We could also do it inside of Spectral Layers. All right, so I'll just do new project here. I have a great project I can't really show it with for copyright reasons. But if we want to come over here, we could just say, let me import. So with Cubase 15, we've given kind of stem separation. It's going to be, there's also, with Cubase you get Spectral Layers, which is, phenomenal quality of that. It's probably the best stem separation. So let's say, just turn that down. So if I want to select the event here, let me not mix it down. Sorry about that. All right, so go to audio to separate stems. All right, and we'll mix. So when I come here, let's say I want the vocals to be louder. And if you want to solo, just the drums. So it's just a very fast algorithm. So again, you just could select your 2-track mix and come right over here and just say separate stems. All right, so we see Ivy Brothers. This question: why do Cubase Artist 15 questions get deleted? I guess I'll never know because this will be deleted too. So, we're not, I don't think, I see some comments were deleted by Jazz Dude, but I don't think any of yours were. Sometimes some questions just don't make it into the chat field, especially if they're too long. I think there's a 200 character limit. But if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to answer. We're not answering questions on Cubase Artist 15. I think we had a couple already today, maybe one or two, but just feel free to ask. We're not intentionally deleting any questions. Sometimes questions you've had over the years, people will just ask a question and it doesn't make it in for some reason. But you could always email me again at clubcubase@steinberg.de. I'd be happy. Yeah, so just resubmit it, and everyone will keep an eye out for it. All right, so we have a question from Yazian. Asked question: possible to connect my Rode NT1 5th generation to OmniVocal Beta? So how like routing? So OmniVocal is going to be a virtual instrument. It's not a sampler, so it's not going to take any input from your microphone. It's just going to allow you to kind of play back and generate sounds from MIDI, but it's not going to take any input from your Rode NT1. You see Randy Lee Music's back. Great to see Tiago joining from Brazil. And Michael Teams granted him 1 gallon of Dutch chocolate ice cream. All right, we see Sable Winters. Somehow Sable got to keep her name. So, as is. So, Sable is special. She knows people. Great to see you on, Sable. Hope you're well. And Sable's been granted 1 gallon of German chocolate cake ice cream. All right, so we see just a further clarification on tempo change. Says about tempo change, I asked Greg what I actually mean is like when you're remixing a bunch of songs and you use FXs and risers, which are usually audio after 6 or 7 minutes, you want to see other tempos look. So your best option is select all audio tracks and make them musical mode and then change the tempo. You can. It could depend on how much the tempo is fluctuating. So let's say I'll take a couple of let's take a couple. Let's say we'll listen to this song here. So let's say, and I'll import another project here. And if we wanted to have like a seamless transition, so let's say, okay, let's come over here, let's import an audio file. So let's see if we just take this. All right, so let's say we want to do transition between these two songs for maybe like a DJ type set, and I know this isn't typical DJ set music. All right, so we have, let's say, our space here. All right, so one of the things that we could do is I'm going to just select this particular file and let's do like a tempo detection of it. So we'll go to a project menu to tempo track and let's do tempo detection. All right, so I turn on. And I'm going to select the next file here, and let's do a tempo detection of this. So even if the tempos are fluctuating between the two songs, come here. So you see this one is faster than this one, just looking at it visually. And I'm going to just make sure that we're going to define kind of our downbeats here. So let's say, because it'll figure it out like for each beat. So all right, so let's say, okay, let's make this 4/4. My cat Steven has come in to visit during the live stream. All right. And let's just make sure that if this particular note has a pickup or not. Let's say. So. All right, so we want to basically place this. Okay, let's find a downbeat. All right, so let's say our downbeat here will be, and I want to, just like how we showed earlier with the sync point, so we want our sync point to be right here. All right, so I'm going to now move this and all the tempo information. Sorry for my sloppy navigation here. All right, so let's just move that. Let me snap. Okay. So now we have these kind of two songs that are different tempos. So we come here. And place my All right, so what I want to do now is I'm going to select these two files. We'll go to our audio. And if you have like if it's like a DJ track that's going to be very stable, you may not have to do this where you're finding the tempo. But if you have, and tempos are fluctuating, which is typical for like a live performance, we want to say set definition from tempo. We'll say okay. So let's say this is roughly 157. This tempo is like 118. We'll say 120-ish. So now if I go to my tempo map here, we could just say, okay, we'll do a new version, and let's just get kind of the and I want this to start. I'm going to take this, and right after that starts, let's see if we get the transition. All right, so let's just kind of move, and let's say we'll do just a quick transition. All right, so maybe we want that too. And I'll just move this ever so slightly over so we have a kind of more natural transition. Let's listen to this. And I want to do just a crossfade between those two events. So let's just say, okay. So we'll just do a tight crossfade, listen to it. So let's say now I want the tempo to be roughly in the middle. So it was a 157, so let's say, okay, let's make it 135 for both of them. So now the tempos will match, and it will kind of have a seamless transition. And if you wanted to do kind of like a riser type of thing, let's see if we may have one in like backbone. Let me see if I pull up one quickly. So if we look at impacts, I think we could. So we could just kind of come over here and record maybe transition between those. So let's go ahead and just try that, and I'll record it this time. So, but if you wanted that to pitch up, so let's come over here and just draw in like some pitch bend if we wanted to on that particular note. So it's kind of a bad riser, but just to kind of show you how to transition between them. Let's see if this responds to the pitch bend. So if you have to do like a transition, something like that, but once you find the tempo of the audio files, go to your audio to advanced and set definition from tempo. Then you could just change the tempo of the files to be the same and drop in different risers or effects as transitions. All right. All right, so we see, boss, please have they fixed the delay compensation where you throw in a plugin, then Cubase pulse for a second before it continues. So generally what's happening with that is a lot of programs you may throw the plugin on and then it's playing out of time until you stop, and then the plugin delay compensation sets. What Steinberg is doing is when the plugin is inserted, it's doing the delay compensation at the moment that the plugin is instantiated, and that way it's playing in time as soon as the plugin is loaded. So that's why you hear that little bit of a pause. So otherwise the tracks are playing out of time until you stop, and then it goes into time. So if you have any latencies that are imposed by the plugin, that's why you hear that gap at times. So all right. And some more discussion about the numbers that have been added to people's names. So, as you mentioned, we are now plebes with YouTube prison numbers added. So, all right. So you see Uno Memento 402 says, Greg, that was it. Thank you. So with the mute automation. So yeah, I've seen people sometimes. It could be really interesting when sometimes people draw in like 3 mute automation events in a row. And then, they run into issues like that. I had a friend ran into that, and he had written like multiple like mute automation points instead of it being binary where it's on or off the mute. So, and then he would go to do some other automation and it wouldn't work. And it's like, you have 16 different mutes here, and only one is necessary. So I'm glad we figured it out. That was one of those that could kind of be a bit mind-boggling to figure out. All right, so we see from Ralph Coloric says after the modifier it's frozen, can you unfreeze it so you could emphasize, let's say, whatever part of the groove you want it, like at the downbeats. So I think if we go back, let's just come over here, say, I'll just mute that, sorry. Very much a Robert Dudzik sound. It's always great. Love Robert's work. If you ever get a chance to watch like amazing sound design videos, check out Robert Dudzik. The guy's amazing to watch. All right, so let's come over here to our MIDI modifiers. All right, so let's randomize the velocity here. Okay, so let's go to we'll freeze the MIDI modifiers so we can see our values changed there. So let's say if we undo that, so you can't undo it right after the fact and go back to the original. So if we, right now we see that when we do the freeze MIDI modifier, so let's say we undo that, so everything here is straight. So now we have the random velocity. And at that point, we could just say, let's go to your MIDI, to the freeze MIDI modifiers. We see the velocity is changed based upon the velocity settings. If you wanted to undo that, you can just hit the undo key. You could also come over here and say, okay, I want to duplicate this version. And I could just say, okay, let's modify. So I'll freeze my MIDI modifiers here. And then when I go back to my original version, the velocities can all be the same. So you could actually just work with track versions as well and be able to have like multiple versions. So you could have one that's unaffected, one that way if you say, oh, I really liked this velocity on this random one. Sometimes we have a random thing, it sounds so great, and you want to do it again and capture it. You can't really capture that in the same way because it may just give you random results. But if you work with it as a, just go to your track and just duplicate the track version, then you could have different random MIDI modifiers and combine them if needed. So another way to approach it. All right, so you see Bratman Studio, just talk about NAM, need a pass from manufacturer or something. Let's see, we see at BLGBG, just says it's Sable Winters, don't know why my name on screen changed. So yeah, so maybe like some people, like I'm not sure who BLGBG is, but maybe in the next live stream or so people could type in their old username so we could all figure out what the new names are. That'd be helpful. All right, Barn Door Recording says, will there be a Zoom meetup on Friday next week? So we're going to do it on Tuesday. So I'm going to take Friday off. It's one of the few holidays we get at Yamaha. So Tuesday's meeting will be the last live stream of the month. I'm not going to do a live stream on Friday. So with that, we will be doing the Zoom social meetup on Tuesday starting at 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. All right, so we see from FlyV, just says audio montage takes up my whole screen, so I cannot see where the metadata and marker, etc. are on my screen. Okay, so let's jump over to WaveLab. So and I can take a look at I know you sent a screenshot, but let me just load up a quick project here. Okay, so maybe if your montage is kind of looking like this and you don't see that, if you kind of maximize the screen, if we come here, just click on this icon, and then that may tuck. So it could be that the actual montage editor is maximized. So try to come right over here and click on the restore size and see if you could get back the different zones at the top. So, and then, but should be able, so let's say even if we're here, if you go to the tool windows, you could just open up the metadata from the tool windows menu. So if you say, okay, I want to see my album, that may shrink the audio montage down as well, just going from the tool windows menu. So give that a try, Vince. See, Sabertooth Bicycle says 8 hours of drum solos per day that test anyone's nerves. Now, the worst part is there's 3 or 4 drum kits where people are doing 8 hours of drum solos. So, and, it's very evident early on that, 4 drummers can't play together very well. So, yeah, it's kind of like a bad Charles Ives piece. All right, Mark Rabins is happy. He says, cool, get to see you all on Tuesday. Looking forward to seeing you and Stella on the Zoom. through comments. Great to see Sable on. She said Greg with a big, maybe laughing or smiling face emoji. All right, Mark Rabin just says, hey Greg, I know we all feel this way. Thank you. So thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. It means a lot. All right, so a question from Mark Rabin says, anyone here use SSL plugins from SSL? They seem to crash Cubase 15 Pro. So I had some that were, and I can't remember, but I had a whole series of kind of earlier SSL plugins, and some were listed as under the manufacturer SSL, and some were listed under solid state logic. And I found that one of them would always cause crashes for me, but the other one didn't. So I think maybe the one was older, the older set, but you know, if you look in your VST plugin manager, and when you look at the manufacturer, you may say, okay, like when we're looking at it, and you look at the manufacturer, it may say like SSL, and one said solid state logic, but one of them would always, if you see two different ones, if you see SSL and solid state logic, try to, you know, and you may have the same plugin, but it may be just branded differently, but one of them always caused crashes in my system and the other didn't. So I assumed that the other one was a later version or later build. So that's experience that I had in my personal computer. But I found the later ones to work very well. Okay, let me just read through. Okay, reading through comments here. Okay, so we see Bruno de Souzalino just saying hello. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, so Ralph was just asking, my point is how to keep the randomization and add it with downbeats stronger. So for that, you might have to utilize the, the logical editor. So, and I'll show you how to do it in the logical editor. So let me just okay, so I'll just come over here. Let's put in just put in like some eighth notes here. Okay, so let's say we have our velocity here. So if you want to have the downbeats stronger and you want to randomize notes within a particular range that aren't on the downbeat, so if we want to do that, that would be probably more applicable for a logical editor solution. So we could say, so let's say I want to randomize the velocity of notes that aren't on, let's say, beats 1 and 3 for a kick drum, or beat 1. So let's come over here. So we want to choose to, we're going to transform. So type is equal to note. And we're going to say position. So we'll come over. Position, sorry. And we're going to say is unequal, or we'll say outside bar range. Okay, so I'm going to do just like our downbeat here. Okay, so I'm going to do just the first 16th note. So we're going to say we want to take notes outside of beat 1, and we could also do outside of beat 3 if we wanted to. So let's say we'll do that just, and we're going to say let's insert, and we'll say outside beat 1 or outside of bar range beat 3. So let's say this is like for kick. And we don't have to be necessarily super precise with this. So, all right, so we want like basically those beats. So, and now what we want to do is just to say, okay, we want to take the velocity and set relative random values, or let's say set random values between, let's say 80 and 100, or let's say between 60 and 80. Okay, so now when I come over here, type is equal note outside. All right, so let me try just with one of them here. Sorry. Let's remove that. So now we could say all of the notes that aren't on the downbeat, we could set relative random values between. So these are all, let's say, maxed out at 127. So now we come over, we could select all the notes, and now only the downbeats remain the same, and the rest of the notes will have randomized velocities. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do. So, and you could also say if you wanted to process notes with a downbeat, to certain values, you could do an autological editor preset for that as well. All right, so we see from DJ Eric Fox, says, hello, Greg. Is there a script for the Yamaha MODI X-M and Cubase 15 ready to use? There's no script in the MIDI remote map for Yamaha. So I don't think so, because a lot of times I don't have a MODI X. I could maybe check with one of my colleagues on the Yamaha side and see if he could create one. A lot of times the hardware controllers are kind of deeply integrated with the internal sound engine, but we should be able to, as long as it's transmitting MIDI. Unfortunately, I don't have a MODI X-M, but I know that my friends, on the keyboard side, my colleagues do have Cubase. So I could probably teach them how to make one, and we can see if we can get one created. So I'll reach out to them next week, or I may have some time at the NAMM show to work on it at the booth. All right, so we see more comments from Ralph Kolaric. Just recently, just says, right, just more about the randomization, so and how to make the downbeat stronger. Is it possible? So let me know if you can type in your comments if that kind of makes sense for your workflow. You could have one, if you wanted to have a separate, if they were all, set to the same value and you wanted to increase by 20% the downbeats, we could do that first, or we could basically do two different logical editor presets and run them as a macro if needed. But let me know if you want me to show that, or if this logical editor solution, I know I'm behind, about 12 minutes behind, I'm trying to catch up. But let me know if that makes sense for you. And thanks for the clarification, I appreciate that. All right, Chris Higginson's just asking, hi Greg, could you give a brief overview of the difference between HALion 6 and HALion 7? Many thanks, Chris from London in the UK. So the big difference is going to be that, one is there's a new kind of like a new spectral stretching algorithm. But the main difference, there's lots of under the hood stuff, but probably the most obvious difference is the inclusion of the FM Lab instrument. So with that, so there's a new kind of spectral oscillator, but when we go to open up, HALion Sonic, or when we go to open up HALion 7, I don't have HALion 6 installed anymore because it's always going to run kind of the latest version. But when we go to your synthesis engines, so before we had analog, wavetable, spectral, sample instrument, we had granular synthesis, we had organ instruments, but now we have the FM synth engine. So, and we did this in conjunction with Yamaha. So if we just come over here, we can now see that you get the FM Lab instrument. So, which is, if you just bought FM Lab by itself, it would, be the same as the update basically from 6 to 7. But as you want it to kind of work, with your different parameters, so if you want to go, you have full arpeggiator, you could come over all your LFOs, and if you wanted to see your modulation matrix, so all of your, full FM synthesis. So as you want to, let's say, let's look at the pitch. So you can see your pitch envelopes. If you wanted to see all of the operators and the modulation matrix between operators. So, it's added a whole form of synthesis with the FM synthesis, and you get the FM Lab. And FM Lab will even open up DX7 and TX81Z SysX patches. So it's going to, be the same exact synth engine that we have that Yamaha has developed for the last 40 years. So that's kind of the biggest main difference is the ability of having an FM synthesis engine with the FM Lab instrument. All right, Jazzy Lamel just asks, greetings, Greg. Does a stem separator work same as in Spectral Layers 12 Pro, or is it different? So it's a different algorithm. So Spectral Layers 12 isn't really what I was told. The Spectral Layers algorithm isn't really intended or isn't designed currently to work inside of a like a typical DAW editing environment other than utilizing ARA. So, we still, utilize spectral layers, and I think that's probably arguably the best stem separation on the market. But for people that wanted something that was simpler and more obvious, that's why we provided our solution with the separation of stems from the audio menu. So, but it's a different algorithm. So if something doesn't, if you think you get different results or higher quality results, you could definitely try the, definitely work with spectral layers, because that's probably top of the line. Okay, so we see from Bratman Studio, it says, Greg, sorry, but I can't see the edit button in HALion 7 to get to the flex phrase. Where is it again? So in HALion 7, when we come over here, let's go to, it's probably going to be a little different, but let's say, okay, we'll come over here to, let me just go to, I'll go to the advanced mode here. All right. So now that we're in advanced mode, we could go to edit. And then I think if we go to MIDI mod, like the MIDI, and then you'll see the flex phraser. So you may have the macro view. So just click on, like when you go to, there's kind of different window sets, but if you go to the advanced, then you click on the edit tab as opposed to the macro tab, and this is in HALion 7. And then go to the like MIDI modifiers, and then the flex phraser will show up there. If it's in HALion Sonic 7, let me just add the same instrument in HALion Sonic 7. All right, so here we would go from kind of the, under the edit tab, you'll see kind of layer 1 page, and then we can think of that as like the macro page. And then if you go to the program, and here you would see flex phraser, and then just turn it on, and then you could allocate your flex phraser right there. So let me know if that works for you, Bratman Studio. All right, you see Raw Justice Hip Hop on. Says, hey Greg, I'm back from lunch. Spent the morning setting up some Amazon Web Services. Watched the first hour of live on Roku. Now I'm headed up to watch the last hour on Roku. So Amazon Web Services is pretty cool. My wife does some work with that on government projects. All right, so we see from FlyV says, I'm kind of getting a more diverse view, but still no album wizard. Let me see if I could take a quick look at your, I think you sent a screenshot. Let me just open up my email on my other computer. Give me just a second and see if I could. Okay, so it looks like Vince, just looking at what you sent. Come over here. And it could be like maybe your screen resolution, if it was increased, might show it by default. But it kind of looks like, you know, if you see like the restore button here, try clicking on that restore button, because it looks like these two kind of windows at the top are kind of not visible. And you could also go to your tool windows here and see if that shows up. So this is kind of what your screen is looking like in the montage. So we can see kind of, you know, the fade analyze. So go up to the main menus and go to your tool window. And at this point, you can see album, and that should probably push this down so that we could see like the different zones at the top there. So give that a try. Thanks for sending the picture. Okay. So we see, Randy Lee Music also commenting that everyone has new names as well. So. We see Jazz Dude just says you find a lot of my HALion Sonic 7 templates using flex razors to make the chord track playing with different instruments with not one MIDI note visible. Magical AI mystery. All right, Sir N68 says, Greg, I keep requesting my own songs on radio shows that allow wishes. It's a bit perhaps ego or what to say. Can you talk about something like marketing tricks, or if you know a story about going from nobody to being somebody? You know, a lot of it's just luck. I think Kip Winger of the band Winger, I've met him a few times. I think at one point, like, you know, his mom, like it was something it came out, and I could be mistaken, but I think like he had his mom like call MTV, or like maybe like she, you know, worked at a company or owned a company, and the employees would call MTV and just request stuff. So I think it's many people have requested their own songs. It's not uncommon. You know, sometimes that would be called in the old days like a record company promotion department. You know, we would just call. You know, there's always going to be people that populate playlists. My cousin's daughter, I guess she's my first cousin once removed. Like after college, she worked at Elektra Records, and she was the person that was in charge of putting together like playlists for Spotify. So people would reach out to her to get their album on a playlist, and that was like a really big deal. And you know, she ended up, like, I think she still does social media for Keith Richards and a bunch of other artists and stuff. She's done very well for herself. Very proud of her. But there's all sorts of stuff like that, so it's perfectly fine to request your own song. You know, people have been doing it for years. People vote for themselves for Grammy Awards. There's a whole, you can't ask people to vote directly for your Grammy, but you could say for your consideration, you know, and it's kind of a running joke for music industry stuff. You know, something I used to do in the old days, like when a lot of music stores weren't selling Cubase, one of my tricks was I sometimes would call the store and ask for Cubase, and then I would go in and visit them afterwards, and they're like, yeah, we're getting calls about that, we should buy some. And then they would end up selling the copies. So it might have been a little cheesy, but I was young and it worked. So, but be creative, you know. So don't feel bad about, you know, if you're not going to promote your own music and you're not going to go to bat for yourself, there's probably no one else that will. So have that confidence, and, you know, it's fine. Many rock stars that are very well known have done it and will continue to do it. All right, so we see the Gark, which I think is Gareth, says dinner done, and his daughter is fed, so that's good. Now you got to share what you had for dinner. All right. All right, so we see from Ralph Caloric, says, yes, that's great, thank you. So hopefully with the logical editor preset, that would do the trick. All right, so we see Jay from Secret Studio says, hi Greg, is there any way to set expression or any MIDI CC to a set range of value like 30 to 113 universally across entire project template for existing or newly created MIDI track? All right, so let's take a look. All right, so let's say we have so let's say we come over here and we have expression, MIDI CC data. Okay, so let's say we have this, and this is our MIDI CC values. So let's say, and we want to get rid of notes or MIDI CC in a particular range. All right, let me just get the range number here from Jay. Sorry, my chat field jumped. Okay, here it is. It jumped again, all right. Okay, so we say we want to between 30 and 113. All right, so let's create a logical editor preset. Okay, so we want to delete. So type is equal to controller. Our controller number is going to be 11 for expression. And we want to set so let's say main value. Now let me just all right, let me just all right, so we have our subtype here, let's say all right, let me just all right, so say we want to do MIDI CC, our controller is equal to 11. Sorry for my brain cramp. So it's not going to be context variable. Okay, so we say that's not that. Sorry, just having brain cramp. All right, so we want to let's say delete CC11. All right, let me just start over. So let's say okay, we have that. Okay, so we're going to delete right, so let's make it, we'll say is outside range, and the range that Jay had wanted was 30 through 113. Okay, so let me just draw in. All right, so let's come over here and let's say subtype is now going to be on CC11. All right, so let's say so now if we have multiple controllers, we could just simply delete that. So we could delete any selected MIDI events with that, and if we wanted to filter that out on the way in, what we would do is go to the MIDI input transformer and basically do very similar. So we'll say, okay, let's come over here, and we could say we could do it globally or for a particular track. So we open up our panel, we want to filter, type is equal to controller, and we'll say let's do our subtype and say we want that's our equal to controller 11, and we want to filter controllers that are outside the range of 30 to 113. So now when you're recording MIDI expression, anything that is coming in below 30 or above 113 will be filtered out for you. So give those two suggestions a try. So this would be for existing data, and we could save that as a preset, trigger it with keyboard shortcut. You could also have this for incoming data so that you don't have to do it afterwards using the logical editor. So great to see you on, Jay. Hope you're well. All right, so Ralph Cleric just says, you did what I needed. Thanks, it will really help. So glad it worked out. Thanks for being on the live stream. All right, so we see how long is the sale going for? Let's take a quick look on the Steinberg website just so I get accurate information. Until December 8th. So December 8th, 2025, that's when the Cyber Deals sale will end. All right, see, Michael Teams is granted 1 gallon of almond caramel praline ice cream for Jay. Jay's wishing all is well for Michael Teams on the Ponderosa. All right, so we see Bratman Studio just says, Greg didn't know about the advanced setting. Can you get to it without the advanced setting icon? So if you do like this simple mode in HALion 7, so let's open it up. So let's, might be able to, let's go ahead and I'll open up a brand new instance. So let's come over here. Let's create a new HALion 7 instrument. So if we do, let's say, single instrument, let's come over and we'll load up, say, an FM Lab preset. So you might, let's see if we come over here and maybe choose the MIDI modules. All right. So you see the little plus sign here. So let me just, all right. So when we come, let's say we have the macro page, click on the plus sign, and then you'll see like all these different tabs that you can add the MIDI modules. And then a flex phraser will be available under the MIDI modules there. That way you don't have to go into the advanced mode, but you could customize the mode to see exactly what you want to see. All right, so FlyV says, is one master rig need for all tracks in WaveLab? So generally, if you're not familiar with the master rig plugin, come over. Master rig is like a kind of a collection of mastering plugins that's inside of WaveLab. Most people, I think, tend to run it on kind of like the master section. You could run it on, if you're in a montage, you could run it on clips, or so if we go to like the inspector, plugins could be in the master section that all the processing goes through, or they could be on clips or on tracks. So, but I think a lot of times people will come over and choose to run the master rig. And if we come over here, we can just say, okay, let's go to the master rig. It's usually under the mastering category, and you'll see master rig. And this is a phenomenal suite of plugins. So you could have a dynamic EQ, we could have a limiter, also different EQs if you wanted to. So you could have multiple dynamic EQs, different compression, so multi-band compression with different compression types. If you want to have multi-band saturation, so each band could have its own type of saturation as well. So if you want to be tape or tube for different bands, also like a multi-band imager. So, and you could just change the order of these as you see fit. So I would say that most people would put this on the master section and wouldn't need to run multiple instances of it, but you're not limited to it being in the master section. It could be on a clip or on a track in the montage. So if you have multiple tracks in the montage, or the entire output stage through the master section. All right, so we see from James Daly, who asks, I know how to tempo sync percussions up to a live track doing tempo detection, but what if I wanted to sync a drum kit up to replace or enhance the bass drum and snare, let's say. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so we don't necessarily need to do tempo detection for like doing drum replacement, but let's come over. We're going to play this project in just a little bit. Okay, so let's say we have like a live drum recording, and I have an instance of Groove Agent here. All right, and I want to basically take the kick drum from this and the snare and augment or replace with sounds from Groove Agent. All right, so let's take a look. So let's say I want to go to my kick track. Going to double click on the kick track. We could have the editor soloed, we don't have to. And I'm going to go to hit points. We'll click to edit the hit points. I'm going to zoom in so we can see. Now as we do this, we may want to just make sure that we're not, and we want to adjust the threshold. So I'm going to come here. Let's adjust our threshold so that we're not getting tracks that are bleeding. We could also have intensity. Now once we're here, we can see this little create icon. I'm going to select my particular track, and what I want to do is, as we double click, I'm going to say create MIDI notes. And I want this to be C1. I want to retain the dynamics, and I want to put it on the first selected track, which is where I had that groove agent sample. And now I hit OK, and I'll unsolo. Now it's made the MIDI track, and it's copied the drums to groove agent. I'm going to mute the kick drums. And now we're just going to hear the groove agent kick. And let's blend in the other samples with the groove agent. I can mute the real recordings, and if I want to tune, I can just come right here and I'll select my snare, my kick drum. So we could adjust our volume. So if I want to say, okay, it's pitch. Now let's do the same for the snare. So I'll find a snare track. So let's come over here, say, okay, let's go to our snare drum. And again with our hit points. So, and we do this so that we don't have like the drums are bleeding through like hi-hat. And again, MIDI notes. Let's put this onto D1. So now I can mute the original kick and snare. And let's say I want to take my snare and tune it down. So now the drums, the kick and snare are coming from Groove Agent, and we have the kick and snare and the tracks muted. And if I wanted to, again, combine them, kind of get the best of both worlds, I could just unmute the tracks and we'll have the samples playing along with the audio. So let's say, okay, I want to take this snare and turn the volume down a little bit. So again, just double click on the audio file, go to the hit points, kind of tweak the threshold, the intensity, create MIDI, and you could send it to the track where you have drum samples, like Groove Agent or Sampler Track or the drum machine, and then you'll be all set. All right. Gareth is saying, Greg, this tiny payola scandal. I never paid anyone off. I just created demand. So, all right. So see, Gareth says signed up to loads of record companies. When I had a business in Manchester using a press pack and managed to get tons of freebie new releases. That's good. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so we see from Rick at Bratman Studio. It says, Greg, in the fourth box across HALion 7, didn't say advanced. I realized the drop-down menu had an advanced area to click on. That's how I could get to the edit tab. Is this normal? All right, so let me just add HALion instrument here. So it could depend on like which. So if you're starting here, I think you should probably see the advanced. Let me just see if there's. So you might be able to, like, if you select, see if you could click here at the bottom. So maybe if you want it to be like basic, you could adjust that and maybe just kind of. So this could have maybe other options like a little drop down menu here. And then you should probably see the advanced, but it may be set to basic as well. So when you kind of go to the home icon, just kind of click at the bottom because you could have other choices here. So this might be like kind of a user definable icon here. So if you just kind of click. So if you see something else, maybe it's kind of already preset to a different function. All right, so you see Flyvy says I got my WaveLab export in order. Now I know how it's used for multi-songs and a mixtape, CD, etc. So Randy Lee Music says WaveLab looks cool. It is a cool program. All right, so we see from Flyvy just says where can I use the file and how to add a picture to the file with multiple tracks. All right, so let's say we have our multiple tracks here. So I'm going to, let's just come over here. Let's see if I select multiple tracks and go to metadata, edit. So again, once we have the metadata here, select ID3 iTunes, go to pictures, click here, and then you have kind of different options there for. So let's say if we do OK. So I think that's what you would do for that. See Gareth as the Gar CK, or Gark, his new name, is saying something strange has happened to Michael Teens' name. Gareth is saying he's not a number, he's a free man. So. All right. All right, Sable Winter says, Greg, Cubase 14 Pro, Windows 11, about VST Connect, $109. I see I have LE. What's the difference, limitations, tag? So when you're dealing with, so there's a VST Connect. So when we go to the VST Cloud menu, you have a VST Connect SE, and that comes with Cubase. And then you have a VST Connect Pro. So VST Connect Pro is the VST Connect SE will allow you to do 2 tracks at a time. So you could record stereo tracks, you can record 2 tracks. The VST, and that would be over like a FLAC. So it would be kind of a compressed audio, a lossless compressed audio format, and that allows you to record in real time. Now the VST Connect Pro, what that allows you to do is up to 16 tracks. It also allows you to, and if you don't have the bandwidth, let's say you're recording 12 tracks of drums remotely and you want to send all the tracks over, the files with the VST Connect Pro can be stored directly on the local machine and then transmitted in the background to the engineer that's hosting. So if you don't have the full bandwidth to do that, you can record it sends kind of a preview file, and the files will be transferred in the background to the session as full resolution WAV files. VST Connect Pro also allows you to record within the same network, so that if you had, let's say, a facility and you had 3 recording rooms, someone could be, recording a piano in one studio and maybe drums in a different studio. So you could have different, within a local area network, people could be in different rooms on the same network and be able to record on the same network. Also, VST Connect Pro will allow you to record MIDI information. So MIDI can be recorded remotely with VST Connect Pro, but not in the SE version. So up to 16 tracks, local storage that could be transferred, and you're going to have MIDI information as well. All right. Reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. All right, so you see Flyvy says, that's my last question for today, Greg. Thanks again for all your help and knowledge. Things are easier when they appear at first. So you can ask as many questions as you want. All right, GNick88 asks, is there a way to reverse sustain pedal polarity? So I think that there's actually a preference for this, I think I made an input transformer. So let's come over here to the track. Let's get to the input transformer, and let's see if we come over here. I think it's under maybe the factory presets. Sustain pedal polarity switch. So you could just open up this input transformer. You could do it globally, and then it will automatically kind of flip the polarity, whatever it's set to. There's usually kind of 2 modes. Often a MIDI controller will auto-detect. Most MIDI controllers now will auto-detect which polarity you have. Sometimes if it doesn't do that, often like M Audio sold a zillion sustain pedals because it had a switch that would just toggle the polarity, because like a Yamaha sustain pedal would work in one direction and like the Roland sustain pedal would work in a different direction. So if you got a Yamaha pedal in the old days for a Roland keyboard, it would be opposite. And we got a Roland pedal for, so the two were incompatible. And then I think M Audio was the first company like 30 years ago that made a sustain pedal that had a switch that you could use with a Yamaha or a Roland. But just use this input transformer preset. It's one that I made. And then you could invert the polarity of the sustain pedal on input. See, Gerald is just mentioning, so YouTube is giving me a number, taking away my name. So, yeah, seems like it just happened. I'll have to Google it and see if there's any reason behind it. So, all right, so we see Vince says, I'll ask about the Album Wizard again on our Zoom visit on Tuesday. So, glad to help. So be happy to show it to you then, Vince. All right, so we see Bratman Studio says, Greg, yes, MIDI mod from anywhere. Hooray. I found out a long time ago. Perfect, my guru. We should get our Zoom friends together at NAMM and have a big lunch. Let me know what you think. So yeah, it'd be great to get together at NAMM. Yeah, it's always kind of the best part of NAMM for me is all the social aspects and being able to see people and meet people from the live stream. And we might be doing, depending, we're still kind of figuring it out, but I'm trying to be able to do like a live stream from the NAMM show. We don't know if we have internet access. We're still kind of figuring out the details, but I'm going to be in like a content creators area. So I've been wanting to do it for a long time, to try to do like maybe an hour-long live stream from the NAMM show. Maybe we could have people come in, like different artists as well. So, and if we have people that are attending, it'd be great to have a live stream with people that are on the live stream in person. So I could actually talk to someone instead of just talking into my laptop screen. But I'll let you know, Rick, because I know we've gotten a chance to hang out at NAMM. Great. Right, reading through. So we see Randy just says, does the mixer look a little bit different in 15s? I think it's pretty similar. There's a little more, there could be a little more contrast in some areas, but when we kind of go to the mixer, I think it looks pretty similar. There might be like background textures. I'm not so great with like colors and noticing colors visually, more auditory, I guess. But I think it's kind of in line with kind of the rest of the overall GUI. All right, so we see from James Daly says, cool, that works. All right, so we see Randy Lee Music says, looks like Groove Agent could eliminate slate trigger. So it's just a part of the actual audio editor, so you could use it with any MIDI source. You know, it's just generating MIDI from the events. But I would say that with that feature, I wouldn't buy another trigger plugin. I think it's kind of unnecessary. And especially, I like that it's MIDI because sometimes with triggers could be a little, could fluctuate. You know, it may not catch every single trigger, but if it's a MIDI note, you know that MIDI note's always going to fire off. Okay. See, Michael Team says, yes, sir, easier to use, I believe. See, Randy Lee Music says, Michael Teams, you are now in a Fibonacci sequence. That's good. It probably makes all the sense now. All right. Jazz Lamel asks, says, maybe, hey, Greg, I want to know, how can Groove Agent work with Roland V drums? And so how do you map it with the different sounds? Okay, so let's just pop over here. Let's open up Groove Agent. All right, so with 6, this was kind of simplified as well, made it a little more obvious. So with SE6, so let's come over here. We'll load up Quick Kit. Okay, don't have that license. All right, so when we come, you'll see like the little, it's kind of subtle, but we see like the little drumstick with the drum. So if we click here, now you could pop up a little list, and this will do all of the mapping. So let's say, okay, you have a Yamaha DTX. I think before it was Yamaha DTX and E-drum, you know, but now there's more presets for different electronic drum kits here. So you could just say, okay, you want to use your Roland V drums, you could just use your TD kit right there, and that will do all of the mappings. So from the, not the player page, but from the kit page, click right here on this little icon, and then you'll see a drop down menu, and you could select your electronic drum kit right from there. See, Gareth has just realized that his name is different too, so it's a flock of seagulls. All right, we see Graham Witcher on. We'll just have to have a translation of everyone's name, so I hopefully get it figured out. But after 5 years, it's like, oh, everyone has new names. All right. So we see Uno Momento wants everyone to get 100 likes. Musictron says, I wonder when Absolute 7 will drop and what Groove Agent 6 will offer from the SE version. I guess we'll have to wait and see. All right, so we see Flyv just says, awesome. I have all the knowledge you gave written down for future use. All right, so we see GNick88 just says, thanks, Greg. I know what's in there. I was on the road with Heatwave and couldn't find it. All right. Sable Winter says, Greg, quick cliff notes on musical mode, various benefits, applications, use cases. So with musical mode, and we often see this with loops. So when we have like a drum loop, an audio loop, that loop will, generally be recorded at a particular tempo. So we drop in a loop, we could say, okay, this loop will be at, this particular tempo. So let me just say, okay, we'll come over here to drum loop. All right, so when we drop this drum loop in, and often you see it in the name, it's 95 beats a minute. All right, so if my tempo isn't set to 95 beats a minute, this drum loop, when we listen to it with the click track, is playing at 95 beats a minute. But let's say I want that drum loop to automatically play back at the tempo of my particular project. So that's when I would put musical mode on. And musical mode says, okay, this drum loop has metadata information that says this drum loop's tempo is 95 beats a minute. So that when I put musical mode on, it will now fit the project tempo. So it's going to basically stretch so that as we play, it's going to just, again, play back at the tempo of the project. When musical mode is off, it plays back at its original tempo that has no correlation to the bar and beat. But when musical mode is enabled, so if I slow down my tempo from 135, let's say to 100, now this will still be in, my tempo is slowed down, and this, since this loop is in musical mode, that will automatically make it play in time with the audio. Okay. You see Michael Teams is granted Graham Witcher, gallon of ice cream. All right. All right, Tim Weinheimer says, is there any South American percussion sounds in any of the Steinberg libraries in Groove Agent in HALion 7? So the full Groove Agent is going to have a full percussion agent that will be independent, and that's really phenomenal for doing like South American percussion. And there's lots of other percussion inside of the HALion as well, in the HALion Sonic Selection. Okay, let me go to a couple of questions that were mailed in before we run out of time. Didn't realize it was so late. All right, thanks for all the great questions from everyone. All right. Let me revert this so I don't have mute automation affecting it. All right, so the first question we had was how to link the channel panners with the send panners. Okay, so let's say if we have let me see if I had another project here quick. Maybe I accidentally saved it. All right, I'll just do this quickly. All right, so let's say we want to, so that when we pan a source that we want, and we have a reverb on it, we want maybe the reverb to be panned directly with the unit or to be panned independently of the unit. Okay, so let's say we want to play, we're going to have this guitar. And I want to add an effect to it, so let's add a reverb. Great, so we're going to add an effects track to it. Alright, so we hear the reverb. Alright, so now when we go to our channel track, and let's say I want to pan the channel. So if we come over here, what we could do is choose to look at the panner for our effect. So as I come, we see that as I adjust the pan, that my pan for the effects end is automatically following that. And we see this little drop down menu. So now I could pan and have the guitar on the left and have its reverb on the right. You know, so you could pan the effects independently of the source as well. All right. So look for this little drop-down menu, and that could enable linking the panners or not, for the panners not to be linked. Okay. Okay, we already answered that question. All right, so we see, hello, I'm using the latest version of Nuendo, and I had a question about routing. I'm working with a convolution reverb that includes multiple microphone positions, but the plugin itself is stereo. Is there a way to route or structure the plugin so I could send each microphone position to different channels in a 7.14 setup? For example, I'd like the tree microphone to feed the left, right, the deck of channels to the sides, and the outriggers to the rears, etc. Ideally, I'd also like the panning information from the source track to translate correctly into the room if possible. So if we're doing that, so it really, you know, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that with the reverb plugin. My guess is going to be it's a limitation of the reverb plugin. You know, may combine those and kind of have it submixed to stereo. I'm not sure, and it didn't indicate which particular plugin it was. But let's say if I want to do this in kind of like in more of an Atmos type of environment, we could now come over. So let's go to my project, and we'll say let's do ADM authoring on this. I'm going to take this reverb channel away for now. All right, so we're just going to have our dry guitar. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to our project, and we'll set this up for like an immersive. So let's get to our setup assistant. And let's see if I'm at the right sample rate. I'm not. All right, so let's say we want to monitor this binaurally. So now let's come over and say, okay, let's go to panning. Let me just, all right, so now we'll open up our binaural panning here for, so if we want to kind of, if you have headphones on, make it as kind of panning spherically. Right now when we want to have effects, let's go ahead and I'm just gonna, so this track is now being routed out to the standard bed. Let me add an effect channel. And we want to send this out to the standard bed as well. We'll make it, let's say 714. I think it could be wrong. So let's, so let's come over to this channel. So let's check my output routing on the Revelation. So now when we come over here, we can now pan the reverb. So that's how you do it, but I don't think there's probably a high likeliness that, you know, the plugin that you're using won't be able to split the different channels, like the Decatree reverbs, into different outputs. So that may be hard to do with that. All right, and our question says, I upgraded to Cubase Pro 15 and Groove Agent SE6. I already own the full Groove Agent 5, but now my Simon Phillips Jazz Drums no longer loads into the content slots of either Groove Agent that's in both 14 and 15. Also, an instrument Groove Agent 5 plays differently in 15 the way it plays in 14. So one of the things I noticed with the Simon Phillips kits, and you may have to kind of come over, let's go to, make sure you do this with all the kits. If you go to the Steinberg download assistant, we'll come over here, open this up. And I noticed that when I first did mine and I went to updates, you know, you may see like an updates here, that I had to update all of my Simon Phillips drum kits for it to work with Groove Agent 6 SE. So you may see that you'll have updates listed here, like for VST sounds. So here are some updates that I need to install. I'll just, you know, do this right after, but check here, because I think that this, if you do the updates, that would resolve that issue for you with the Simon Phillips kits. So just check in the Steinberg download assistant that you have all of the updates, that everything is up to date there, because I had to do it for my Simon Phillips drums as well. All right, let me jump back to the live stream, see if we have maybe a minute or two for additional questions. Thanks for all the great questions. I hope everyone's learned something new. All right, Jazz Dude figured out how to get rid of the crown. That's good. All right, so we got 100 likes. That's great. All right. So we see from JazzML, hey Greg, I want to know, are the plugins the same from Cubase 14? Are they still in 15 as well without nothing being taken out? So no plugins from 14 were removed in 15. We just added the pitch shifting plugin and the Ultra Shaper Dynamics plugin. So didn't lose any plugins with this. All right, all right, so we see David McKay, great to see you on in Nashville. Says, I never seem to pick the right choice in retrospective recording, something I've done in Logic before. It seems there are 3 choices. I never get the right one. Do you have insight? All right, so let's take a look. Let's come over. Great to see you, Dave. Hope you're well. All right. So let's say we'll activate this project. All right, so let's say I'm just playing right now. All right, and I go, oh, that's the most amazing thing I ever did. Now I could just click on the retrospective, record, and now it's automatically recorded right there. So what I just played was captured. So if you do it directly from here, now there's also kind of the retrospective recording here. So let's say I was just kind of in cycle mode. So let's say, okay, I come here and we have like a 1 measure cycle. Okay. All right, I'll just make it shorter range here. Okay, so let's say I was playing while in cycle mode and I'm not in record. So let's say I'll take record off. All right, come here. So now I just I'm just messing around. And I go, oh, it's the most amazing recording. Why didn't I record it? So then if we come over here to the retrospective record, we can choose just to, we could choose to insert it as a linear recording where it'll just be spread out for us over time as if I wasn't in cycle mode, or I could choose to insert the recording as a cycle recording. And now what that would do is automatically take each lane, each pass as I did a cycle, and each of the cycles will be laid out for you. So you don't have to really do anything. You could just click here. That will insert it into the project. One of my great film composer friends says, yeah, I haven't hit record in like a decade. It just does retrospective recording. Or if you're doing it with a cycle, you could insert it as a linear recording. So if it was cycled, it would just spread it out from left to right. Or you could have it captured directly in the cycle recording. All right, so with that, we are out of time. We'll see everyone back on Tuesday at 1 p.m. We'll be doing our Zoom social meetup starting 2 hours after the live stream. So that'll be the last live stream, and next Friday, it's a holiday in the United States. So we won't be having a live stream. Want everyone to have a wonderful weekend. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Goodbye.